Okay. Are we actually? We're not live right this second, though, right? Or
Yep,
are we?
we're live right now.
Here we are. Heck yeah. Sounds good to me. Hey, guys, how's it going? So I will be filling in for Gary while he is on vacation. Hope it's a great vacation for sure. We're going to be watching Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens debate. This is going to be pretty. This is going to be a pretty fruitful debate, I think. But we'll see what happens. We'll definitely see what happens. Maybe this is the time where Candace Owens finally shows us everything that she has claimed, all the evidence. But I have my doubts, of course. We're going to see, though. Let's see. What do we have to go here? We have a little bit of a development to a degree with Joe Rogan. Apparently, he has fully sided, well, not fully, he's leaning in favor of Candace Owens during this debate because of the stretched picture that she put out there with his limp wrist that stretches. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. But I don't know. I guess Joe just thought it wasn't worth his time to actually look into it. It's a shame. It's definitely a shame. A little bit of a disappointment. Maybe we'll be able to touch on that later after this debate. But how's everyone doing? How's everybody doing today? I'm going to pull up. I don't even have the stream pulled up right now. That's, here we go. I'll probably have to mute that. There we go. All righty. How's everybody doing today? Glad to see everybody here. We have Rachel Wellington in here, and Erica. We've got Prissy Chrissy. We've got Bumps Johnson, Mina Jelena, Moonphase Gazing, all you guys. Thank you all so much for joining today. Y'all are absolutely amazing. So are we ready to get this show on the road? Just fair warning. If there is going to be any foul language, most likely it actually probably will come from Andrew Wilson. So, just be prepared. I don't know if we're going to be able to be quick on the trigger to... Actually, we won't be. It's all going to be live. So whatever happens, happens, guys. But it's going to be a blast. Absolutely, Tom. I agree with you. I think we're going to have a great time today. Absolutely. Has anybody seen anything crazy before we get the show on the road? I'm going to hang this guitar up real quick because there's the symmetry is bothering me. Oh. Can't have that, right? There we are. Okay. Fantastic. Oh, you're here for the foul language? I think you came to the wrong channel. No, maybe. Oh, we'll have to get Gary to just start do a whole episode of foul language for you. Maybe he could do a members only. Huh? Yeah, join. You guys join the members only. Maybe we could get him to do something crazy, right? That'd be so funny. No. I do have legs. Yeah, it's true. I also do actually wear pants, believe it or not. Most people, believe it or not, every person you see that has a desk, they don't wear pants most of the time. I put on the pants for you guys, one leg at a time. Sometimes it's only one leg. Depends on how my morning goes. But I'm sure you all have been there for the most part. Do I blow dry my hair? I usually, I just go outside to dry. It's so hot. It's so hot out there. You take a shower, step outside in 102-degree weather. It takes care of it pretty quick. Pretty quick. So, let's see. How are we going to... I'll have to bring it up over this. I only have 2 screens. What time is it? 9:50? Okay. They're not going to do like a little pre-show or anything like that, are they? Shoot.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything about that.
Okay.
Did you want to play the teaser from PBD?
Yeah, we could do that. That would be good. I am also on the wrong channel here, aren't I? Let's see, PBD. Getting all my screens oriented here. Upcoming. Yeah, okay. We could do that real quick. Let's pull this up. Hopefully they don't show anything too crazy. I don't think they do. Okay, full screen. Oh, can I probably can't full screen yet. Share to Candace Owens. Share. There we go. So here is the teaser for this upcoming debate.
Conservative activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot.
Tyler James Robinson
is the suspect in custody.
Tyler Robinson is a patsy.
Utah Valley University.
I feel pretty certain about that.
We got him.
He texted his boyfriend
and admitted to the crimes.
You're saying these are his texts. We can't even determine if they're fake or they're real.
Redaction.
I don't think your investigation has proven a single thing.
There is nothing, not a single shred of this case that they have delivered that has been concrete.
To bring justice.
I don't believe you can tie Erica to anything. I don't believe you have a single credible eyewitness or alternative theory.
You got to connect the bullet. You got to connect the person.
And I'm just as connected to this case as you are, which means not at all.
I like that last line. That's pretty good. Oh, that's great. I'm not connected to this, or I'm connected to this case as much as you are, which means not at all. Fantastic way to end that teaser, in my opinion. So here we go, guys. This should start up really any moment, probably specifically on time, if I had to guess with PBD's schedule. But yeah, it's we're gonna have a really, really good time here, guys. So we got 8 minutes to think. She's got 8 minutes to think of a reason to cancel. Oh man, that would be wild. What if we found out? What if we just found out that she canceled? Wouldn't that be wild? Looking at her page right now, I don't see anything. Yeah, it would be very, very bad for Candace at this point to cancel. It would be the worst case scenario for her, in my opinion. I think she would lose a lot. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't think she has a choice. I don't think she has a choice at all but to go forward with this. There's no good side for her backing out at this point. As a matter of fact, I think she probably really messed up by taking this debate. But maybe she'll surprise us, guys. Maybe she's just going to dog walk Andrew, right? That seems likely. Does Andrew seem like a guy that would get dog walked? I don't see that happening. I really don't see that happening. If I have to eat my own words, though, I'll eat them. I'm not allergic to my own words. I can do that. I can do that for sure. Oh, I'm not full screened on this, so it looks not as good. Alrighty. So I guess I'm just gonna read some comments here until this show gets started. Because why not? I'll stop sharing that for now. And I'll just constantly refresh this until things start going live. So how's everybody doing? Let's see. We have
Arty, no one can hear you.
Oh, am I muted? Uh-oh. Really? Wait, nobody can hear me at all here?
You're not muted on this side.
Huh. That's odd. I actually don't know why people wouldn't be able to hear me.
Still can't hear you.
Let me try something. Did that fix
Do you want to log out and log back in?
Log back in and out of the StreamYards?
I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Let's do this. Well, how about this? Wait. Oh, wait. Shoot. Let's see. Wonder what happened. It's odd. Let me just make sure properties. Yeah, everything's focused right. Properties on this. Focus right. Yep. Odd. I don't know what to do. Resolution, audio. Yeah, my audio's fine on that end. Huh. Wait, you can hear just fine? Oh, you can hear us. Oh. Oh, okay. So everyone can hear me fine here? You can hear me. Okay. Oh, that freaked me out for a second. Awesome. Okay. Jen, are you able to hear me? I may have lost Jen. I think everyone can hear me. We'll see here. Okay, everyone else can hear. Okay, good. Oh, alrighty. I was like, no technical difficulties before this starts. We only have 4 minutes. That would have sucked really bad. Could be. I don't know what would have happened though. Okay. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Let's see. Okay. So, I don't know. Any questions before we get this show on the road, guys? We'll see what happens here.
It was on my end, Arty.
Oh, it's
I
all
can hear
good.
you now.
Woo. I was hoping that there would be no technical difficulties right before this started. I was like, oh no. I'm sure they'll get let's see. I'm surprised they're not. Well, no, they'll just start on time and then they'll delay it with their intro. That's probably what they're gonna do. So yeah, 3 minutes, guys. This is gonna be the longest 3 minutes of our life. So how's everyone's day? Where is Gary?
Yeah.
He's on vacation. He's having a good time.
We do have 2 comments.
Oh, sweet. Let's read those. All right. Caitlin Williams. I'm nervous too. The truth is on our side, and Andrew is really good. But what happened to the fact that Candace rejected to have her claims cross-examined? Has this changed? I actually don't know. Did she reject to have her claims cross-examined by Andrew, or was that a stipulation of the debate? If that's the case, what's the point of the debate? I don't know. That'd be a weird one. Well, I guess we'll find out. And Patriot Lady, holy cow. Thank you so much. I promise you, Paramount Tactical, Gary appreciates you. N1SD, let's get ready to rumble. Heck yeah. This is going to be a fun time. Thank you so much, Patriot Lady. You're awesome. All righty, guys. Well, this is going to be a good time. This is absolutely going to be a good time. We've got less than 1 minute now until this happens. And I am salivating at the mouth to get a piece of this. It'll all be good. Holy cow, they got 12,000 people waiting on just PBD alone. I'm not even going to look at Candace or the Crucible's numbers. That is wild. Oh man, people have been wanting this to happen for a while. I'm glad we're going to get it. I just wonder, man, I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie. I'm nervous. I don't know how this is going to go. This is
Hey, Arty, can you
here it
check
is.
your private message?
Oh, yes. Let's see. Scroll over here. Oh, you mean on in the thing. Let me real quick do this. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, we could do that. I could do that. 100%. Yep. Let's go ahead and I'll full screen that. Let's see. Oh, wrong thing. Dang it. Yeah, technical difficulties, guys, real quick. Okay. Let's see. Well, hopefully they do it here. Let's see. Hey, Gary's here. Heck yeah. How's it going, man?
Of course, I can't hear, but that's all right. Arty, you're doing great. I just want to jump in real quick and say hi. I don't know. Right now, I can't hear, but let me see what's happening. I'm going to take myself off for a minute and fix this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Heck yeah. All righty. Well, this is going to be great. Oh, we're going to have so much fun here, guys. We're absolutely going to have so much fun. I am genuinely excited. Nervous and excited. For sure. What is going on here, though? This is still not started yet. They are a minute late. It is all right to go ahead and fully panic. There we go. Nope. Everything's gone to crap. They're a minute late. We should just give up. No. Oh, I'm sure they're working it all out. All right. Alrighty then. Arty, don't be nervous. You're doing great. I appreciate that. I really do. You guys are awesome. You guys are very, very lenient to my antics. That's for sure. Yeah. Let's see. Little bit of three kiddos. That's it, man. That was hard to read. Saying I feel icky about watching her. Like the stupid might jump off onto me. It's always a possibility. You always have to watch out for that. You never know when a random case of the stupid will just hit. Always watch your backs. You just have no idea. It could just take hold at any moment. Look at what happened to Joe Rogan. I mean, just no excuse, really. But I mean, hey, again, he can believe what he wants to believe. It's just hilarious that he doesn't want to look that far into it. Bush League, big guy here. She's a little late because she had to mix George some kind of drinks before she left. I'm pretty sure she just had to take a couple of puffs off his cigar before she got out there. That and no pun intended with that. Actually, I was being literal with the cigars. Never mind. Oh, I think you're muted. Uh-oh. There we go. I think.
Last night, I just wanted to jump in real quick. We're actually waiting to go on a fishing trip in a few minutes. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it, but our fishing trip, just like the debate, got delayed a little bit. But appreciate you jumping in and covering for me while I'm gone, folks. I know a lot of people have been asking, Gary, where you been? Last week, I was sort of taking a little bit of. I was home, but then I was traveling for work, and we spent a couple days in Dallas. Doing a debate with Brandon Straka. And then this week we're out at the beach. So anyways, but I will be back Monday. I got a lot of things to respond to. Everyone from VFT to all the other stuff going on. But so what's your thoughts on today, Arty?
Oh, man. Personally, I think she's going to get steamrolled. I don't see any way around it, but hey, maybe she surprises us.
What do you think is going to be the fallout from this? Like, what's the impact of all this?
Oh, man. That's going to be tough because it really relies on the average IQ of our audience. And that is such a tough thing to read. So I think that's where it's going to fall, in my opinion. Some of the ones with the higher IQs, I think they're going to bounce out. That's my opinion. I think they're going to see Candace stumble. I think she's going to have a really hard time. I think she'll blame it on pregnancy brain. I bet that term comes up.
You think?
I'm willing to bet.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, I think her audience is going to still, unfortunately, a lot of it's going to remain loyal.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think it's going to have hardly. I think if she lost any audience, it was from the preliminary hearings. And I'm not sure that she has. Well, I don't think there's been enough time to really see what the fallout from that was. But I don't think today's going to change anything for her audience. What I do think today has the potential of doing is that there's going to be a lot of people that haven't been paying a lot of attention to this that are going to be tuning in. And those are the people that are going to see the lunacy of what's actually happening. Because, I don't think, people get bits and pieces of this. And I think it's going to kind of highlight the fraud that she's been committing that I don't think a lot of people are aware of. Maybe even somebody like Joe Rogan, like you said. I think after today, I almost guarantee you that Joe Rogan's going to be tuning in and watching this. And he's going to be able to see for himself how much substance Candace actually has or the lack thereof.
I sure hope so. I'm willing to bet that's the case. I don't think Joe Rogan's completely unreasonable. That just disappointed me today, though. I was like, wow, you You looked at that photo, you saw it, you saw the giant bend in the arm and just didn't question it. It's like, dang, but I'm willing to bet he kind of goes quiet after this about Candace if it's really bad. Maybe he will speak out against her, though. I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah. I don't know. Somebody mentioned it, and I think there's probably some truth in that he's probably trying to get her on the show. Which, folks, if you haven't watched the Candace interview with Joe Rogan from several years ago, you need to watch that, because I think that is extremely illuminating to who she is.
Do you have Andrew Wilson's live stream pulled up by chance?
No, but I can. Hold
It is probably the funniest thing I've ever seen. That is so funny. He's just straight up live streaming Candace Owens live stream. It is very fun. I saw it. It just says starting soon with Candace's face all over it. That is such an amazing troll. Oh,
if you guys want to throw that up on the screen, you can. I'm not.
Yeah. Let's get that going. This is unbelievable. Yeah. That's so amazing. He doesn't even live stream the PBD one. He's just like, let's take Candace's.
Hey, test right now whether or not you can pause it and or even rewind it, because on the last time I streamed something of his, you couldn't, but you typically can
rewind
with Candace.
Oh,
and I would hate
sucks.
Yeah, you know what? Now pull up Candace's stream, and I hate to give her another view, but for the sake of being able to rewind it.
Yeah. Oh, yep. I think, nope. Can we? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
We can. Let's try PBD just to be safe. So,
yeah.
That way, unless you don't want to do PBD.
No, I don't care. It's your show, buddy. You take it away. I'm just, I'll be jumping off here. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just use PBDs for now. I think that'll probably be better than giving Candace a view, if possible.
Hey, and folks, first and foremost, if you haven't followed Arty Trolls, you should go follow Arty Trolls. Make sure you like, subscribe, all those things, and share this. Right? Do us a favor and share this. The other thing I would say is that I do recommend, and I don't know, you know what? I'll put it down in the chat. Go, whether it's $5, $3, $10, $20, $100. I do recommend that you go donate to Andrew's Give Send Go account.
Absolutely.
You know, there's no reason that she should be making $300,000 while Andrew makes whatever he makes. Don't get me wrong; it's going to be a big payday for him either way. I think they're at what, like 50 grand or something along those lines. But isn't it disgusting that she had to take 300 grand to just, I don't know, substantiate her claims that she's been making for the last 11 months? I mean, I just find it reprehensible.
Absolutely. Not just that, but it does show her true character. She can be paid depending on how much money is given to her. So it makes you wonder, how much money is she taking to be spewing the garbage that she is spewing anyway? Like, that had to be a much higher amount than I probably could have imagined.
Yeah. I saw somebody ask why we moved over to the PBD. You can't stop and rewind on the Crucible channel. I don't know what kind of setting. I don't even know how you can do that. But anyways,
disable DVR setting.
Got it. So anyways, that's why we're probably going to stream from this. Completely up to Arty. It's his show. I'm just here. I'm a guest on his show while he guest hosts my show.
Yeah, what a paradox that is. Nah, it's awesome though. I appreciate you, man. You didn't have to do this at all, and yet you gave me the opportunity to. I really do appreciate it.
Oh no, I appreciate you, man. Glad to have you. Thank you for doing this. We hadn't really taken any sort of vacation in a couple years, and the last few months have been stressful to say the least. So I appreciate you and Jen making it so that we could actually just take a little time to decompress. I got to be honest with you. I've been kind of doing some light work days since I've been here. A lot has been happening. We got into the tiff with the priest, which is absolutely insane. I know you covered that, and I'm glad you did.
And that is a wild situation. Again, another situation with somebody who's supposed to be very, very educated couldn't bother 5 minutes of their own time to do a little bit of fact checking. I mean, it's just, even if it was just, oh, I see. Oops. That's why people can't hear on, it was on my side of the stream that people couldn't hear. That's what it was. My bad. But yeah, it's one of those situations where as a preacher, or not a preacher, as a priest, you would think he would at least do enough research to be like, okay, maybe I don't know enough, and just be quiet about it.
Oh, I don't think
know
it's a
what's
lack of ignorance. I don't think it's a lack of ignorance at all. I think he's like some of these other Catholic whack jobs that are complicit in all this. And it doesn't actually take that much discernment to sit there. Here's the thing. Either he's talking about something he knows nothing of, which in of itself is immoral. He's taking a stance and supporting Candace. So let's say he doesn't know. Well, that is irresponsible and reckless in of itself. Or he does know exactly what she's been saying, and I would posit, given what he stated in his response to me, he does know what she has said, and he's just being dishonest and disingenuous. I mean, there's no way that a rational person can assess what is going on with Candace and sit there and come to the conclusion that, oh, she's being genuine. It's about like, I'm done with you.
Yeah, exactly. It's sickening. And to think that he's actually directly part of the Catholic Church too, not just some like
It's not like he's
excommunicated
SS.
guy or anything.
Yeah, it's not like he's
That's
a part of SSPX.
Yeah, that's actually freaky. Makes I don't know, it makes me think about her trip to Rome. Just kind of makes me think about her
I've
trip
covered
to
that.
Rome.
Yeah. I've covered that. I don't know if you watched my coverage and Bree Dale's coverage of that, but she didn't go to the Vatican, and that was an entire psyop in of itself. We did confirm that she did not go to the Vatican. That was intentional misleading of people to make it seem like she had the backing of the Roman Catholic Church, and nothing that she did as far as her confirmation actually followed Catholic canon to begin with. So even her religion is a fraud. I don't know if she claims to be Orthodox or SSPX or what it is, but she was not endorsed by the church.
Makes sense to me. Do you think she actually got confirmed there, or did she make that up? You think?
There was pictures of her getting confirmed, but it was not at a Catholic church.
Interesting. Huh. Yeah, definitely gonna have to dig deeper in on that at some point. I don't even know if we could find any info at this point, but that is something I may have to keep prodding into. Someone will talk eventually, maybe. She was there with quite a few different people. All she's got to do is make one of them mad.
Yeah, and she ultimately will. I don't know if they're, and the crazy thing is she never stated that she was going to the Vatican. It was her surrogates that implied that, and of course, a lot of her audience implied that she was going to the Vatican. People need to see that it's not that sophisticated, but I will say it's orchestrated. Everything that she does is very orchestrated. And again, once you see it, and when you see the level of deception in literally every area of what she's doing, it is intentional deception at a level that I don't think we've really ever experienced. I mean, it's fraud at the end of the day. That's what it is.
Yeah. Oh, agreed. Absolutely. Yeah, it's man. I hope we get to the bottom of all this. I hope everything gets revealed, but man, we're just playing the waiting game, I guess, for this.
Well, she's
She's gonna
getting paid
make something
$300,000. $300,000, and then whatever she's going to make in views, that'll probably match that. And she still can't be on time. I mean, how unprofessional.
Yeah, exactly. It's hilarious. And I hope Andrew comes out and just explains everything that happened behind the scenes. I think there's a story to be told. I just have a gut feeling. I hope I'm right.
Yeah.
But have you been enjoying Project Constitution's meltdown as of yesterday?
Between him and Ian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's that you are the bottom of the grift trash can when you got the other grifter, Ian Carroll, calling you dishonest. The same guy that pushed for months that, this was a stock photo that was released by the New York Post. And it won't admit that he's wrong even. He won't come out and retract that, but he's one of the biggest grifters ever to come out and, call Project Constitution out. That just shows you how bad it is. But, they're ultimately no different.
Absolutely. Now they're starting to split and make their own factions. It's going to be Project Constitution and Mitch Snow versus Elizabeth Lane and all the others. You just got to love it. It's amazing. I'm here for it.
100%.
It's great. I can't believe they still haven't started this somehow. Yeah, what could she be doing?
Let's hit some of these super chats and some other comments while we're waiting on them. Caitlin Williams, I'm nervous too. The truth is on our side, and Andrew is really good. But what happened to the fact that Candace rejected to have her claims cross-examined? Has this changed? I think that has changed, James. I was talking to Mr. E, which, as I understand, Mr. Enigma on X last night, which, as I understand, is his producer. Don't quote me on that, but he is affiliated with this camp and works for Andrew. And I do believe that she did indeed agree to the cross-examination. N1SD, let's get ready to rumble. Patriot Lady, we love you. Bush League, big guy. She's a little late because she had to mix George some drinks before she left. I thought the funniest thing I've seen so far is that 0 Hour stated he sent Andrew a rape whistle in case George attacks them.
Oh my God. Oh, that's amazing. That's absolutely incredible. Oh.
Candace is always late for everything.
Because he should keep
it on the show. I don't know. Probably not. It'd be hilarious. If they go live and he's wearing a rape whistle on his chest, I'm gonna be laughing pretty hard. That's pretty good.
It's amazing.
Candace is always late for everything. She is. She's super important. Watch Ryan Morrow Mafia. Ryan's a great guy. We love Ryan.
Absolutely.
Members of the SSPX are excommunicated from the Catholic Church, and as a Catholic, I'm ashamed of that priest's behavior. That seems to be the prevailing sentiment on that. And I didn't watch. I watched a couple moments from yesterday. Again, I was trying to stay off the social media just so that I stay in good standing with the wife. And I don't know if you covered it, but what was interesting to me, for those of you who don't know how that whole thing played out, is I had posted the 11 different confessions that are in the court documents that are evidence in the case. And somebody actually down in the comments stated, yeah, this is crazy that these people still deny it. Gary, have you seen this priest that is, basically pushing Candace? And what I did was just went to his page, started looking at some of the things that he'd been stating. And then I replied with a bunch of, I was like, hey, Father, if you're going to engage in this type of activity, here's some Bible verses you probably should consider. And instead of replying to me, and I think this really does highlight who this guy is, instead of replying to me, he creates a whole new post. So he leaves out the entire context of what was stated for me. And he didn't even repost my post or my reply to him and then state whatever. He just created a whole new post, left out the context, tagged me, tagged Candace, and then his whole reply. So, that just tells me right off the bat that this is a guy that's seeking fame, right? That he wants to be on the spotlight as opposed to actually having some sort of meaningful discourse. And then on top of that, omitted what I actually said. So, everybody that's involved with Candace is just disingenuous. They're all liars. And unfortunately, like I stated in that post, brain rot does extend to even the clergy, and that's really unfortunate. And folks, I am very careful and very respectful and fearful when you start talking to men of God. And I'm not Catholic. I'm not going to get into all that, but I am you better, I think you need to approach criticizing the ordained with a level of fear and respect. And hopefully I accomplish that. But with that being said, it is also our job as Christians, whether it's a person that claims to be a Christian and or a someone that is ordained, it is our job to respectfully call them out on whatever behavior it is, or have that discussion. And again, I think you should approach that with respect and reverence. But at the same time, you can't be fearful to do that.
Absolutely.
Gil's in the chat, debating retard is harder than debating smart people. Yeah. There are, look, I go back and forth with this and I struggle with this. I do think there's some utility with debating the other side. I do think that it does expose their lack of logic and how they're approaching this and just how disingenuous and dishonest. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. So last night I was mentioned in the space, somebody let me know. So I went to the space, and of course it was the Candace Owens. And they were making some claims about me, so I went to address those. But like, these people are just detached from the truth. And while I will continue to have people from that side on my channel or in my spaces where I can control the environment a little bit and not allow them to just mute me, and because that's what they do, right? Like they won't. I had Uncle Tom, for instance, retard Tom, on the other day, and I let him speak for 30 or 40 minutes, and people were trying to cut him off, and I told them to stop. That's not what they do. They're not going to allow people to even speak, and they allow all these people to jump in, and there is no discourse, and none of them are honest, and none of them will admit what they're doing. What I called this lady, Louisiana girl, and if you guys aren't familiar with her. Oh, here we go.
Oh, I went ahead and paused. Sorry.
Well, I'll just finish this because I'm sure it's an opening statement. She was basically calling me to task because I called Candace a terrorist, and I was like, I'm going to stand by that. I think what she's committing is stochastic terrorism. And by the way, the NCRI report really lays out how what she is doing and how she's inciting violence against Erica Kirk, TPUSA, and other people, including myself, by saying some of the things that she's doing at a scale that we've never seen before. And so she was trying to call me to task on that, but she won't admit that Candace Owens and what she's doing is inciting violence, and there's no way to get around that. So anyways, they're just disingenuous and dishonest.
I agree with that 100%. And yeah, it's just disgusting behavior. Think I could make PVD dance here?
Yeah, let's do it. And I'm gonna bow just a few minutes, so just pretend I'm not even there. Run the show, bud.
Alrighty,
We're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know, when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted, is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them: the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the 2 of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic.
So what did you guys think about that? And that's something that, with all the evidence that has been presented, I forgot about the whole text message of the left is trying to kill me the night before as well. There's just so much. And, that's kind of part of the strategy, I think, in my opinion, is Candace Owens floods more and more and more info. More and more and more info comes out, more and more info. Even if you can't corroborate it, you keep packing more information, new information, more information. And then a lot of the older information that makes sense kind of seems to fade into the background. But so far, Andrew is knocking it out of the park, in my opinion.
Many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate. And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your
Absolutely.
system?
Now,
I did.
real quick, I do have to say it'll be very minimal pauses, but this does have to be transformative. Copyright, all that good stuff. But I just want to ask you guys for a quick question. How did you like Andrew Wilson's opening statement? Give me a 1 if he knocked it out of the park. Give me a 2 if you think it was lackluster. And then we'll do the same thing for Candace Owens here.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience.
Never mind.
I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case.
Amazing.
People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and
She is
diminishing
fuming.
the pursuit of
So
something that
good.
makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years. If you just think of the things that we've learned about our government, And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like
You
a
did do
$1
that.
billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel.
I just want to butt in real quick. It wasn't until September 18th that Bibi Netanyahu came out and started pushing back on conspiracy theories about him ending Charlie. That's 2 days after Candace Owens accused Israel of being involved. Just want to point that out there. I don't find it weird that someone would want to respond to an accusation. If Bibi came out and was like, I didn't do it, unprovoked, it would be weird.
We wouldn't be here today.
Not
but
what
it has
happened.
been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing...
You met with Erica Kirk privately December 15th when they offered for you to be on a stage with them openly. Don't play like that didn't happen.
that, they send us another influencer.
Crazy.
So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now,
How many fingers we got?
I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
Fair enough.
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not
Okay.
not only
Not even 1%
that
chance.
maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him.
Who's
You're
the
not even saying that
closed-minded
he didn't even
person in
shoot
this
Charlie Kirk
situation?
Right.
himself.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced
Okay.
that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
low
but just
C.
shot it all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other
She's
people's
backing off of
presentations,
exploding
but
Mike.
I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It
I
defies
can't take this
common
serious.
sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low C,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some
He
things
just-
that I'm going to make
he stepped right in
concessions on
Andrew's
that I do
trap.
think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we
That's
can get
gonna
to
come
those things
back.
as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can
Brush
keep
it off,
this on
Candace.
par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm
yeah, but
Because
we're
if we're not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the
Yeah,
internal critique,
yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so
feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found.
the owner denied
near
Tyler
the
was there,
crime
so.
scene. So I
Facts.
would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay.
This is bad,
So
Candace.
just to start with your point about saying
is
that
bad.
the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the
You notice she's
testimony?
shrinking up?
Did you
I
watch the preliminary
yeah, we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner,
Mhm.
any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they
Man,
went into
she
the
looks
DNA.
Okay, so
out.
that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur. I
Didn't you
concur
say
with the
that she
fact
had
that
one in
that's a
her room?
possibility.
So you
Logically possible.
I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You
Mhm.
also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army,
Okay.
and I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an
Mhm.
Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that it
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Yep.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the
Just pop quiz. When you fire a round through your barrel and there's powder that makes it explode, I wonder what they call that after it settles. I don't know. I'm a little confused.
The person who,
That wouldn't be
this was, I
dust,
believe,
right?
Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
but I want you to respond to 2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay.
So
You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know.
Well, there's also this little caveat here. When you go and you fire a weapon, what do you typically do afterwards? Oh, yeah, you take it apart and clean it. Why would you have to do that if you could just clean your weapon by firing it? Just
if you
common
agree
sense,
with
in
me,
my opinion, but
if you
okay.
leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Maybe they do.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I've worked in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
yeah,
say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
Well, Vet, you got a great point. Not only did he wrap it in a towel, which would probably remove some DNA off the weapon and move it to the towel. He also probably wiped it down with a different substance anyway, maybe. Who knows? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Yeah, and it's DNA, not fingerprints. Exactly. Exactly. Who knows? He has also, like, especially on the rifle, it's only 2 people's DNA, I think, was on the rifle. One of them was his grandpa or his dad, and then his. Lance Twiggs' DNA was not on the rifle whatsoever. Not even a little bit. And then on everything else, you could see that Tyler Robinson has a majority of DNA, which probably means that the majority of the DNA that is degraded or just in general messed up probably would belong to the guy that has 85% of the DNA on that particular item. He's probably also going to have the most damaged DNA on that item because there's less of everybody else's.
Named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her
she's getting
testimony
mad.
where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay.
Hang on. I didn't cut you off. All right. You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's
okay, so what they do?
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. Okay. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
Well, you don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
so
the
that could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence.
Long story short, the only other DNA that she even named was his parents' DNA. So were they the ones that took the rifle in and used it? No. Okay, well then I don't know if that makes the story better. Let's say that's the case. Oh well, then he's made of patsy for his own father who did it. It seems like it's still in the same vein of crime, but maybe I'm crazy.
For Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state
has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This
I want to
for
a fact check. If all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day.
DNA's hearsay.
1102.
So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim,
he put his logo there on Candace's shelf.
So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
It's amazing.
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to
Tyler
Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate.
Actually, I can't believe
more than an hour debate
with spouting
before he
that
sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then. They would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
but
just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's
No,
what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say
Explain that.
Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk about
the
the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're
I
just
am telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
By the way,
I'm
I have
saying
Rule 1102
that
ready.
I
If
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up.
Pull
Pull
up
that up.
Rule
I'm doing.
1102.
I am
All
doing
three are
exactly what
talking
the
at the
state
same
did.
time. I'm going to
I'm
chime in
looking at
now.
a piece of evidence, and I am saying,
But you're not showing
I
me
am-
how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands,
Your
what
PBD
I'm
should have
saying,
like
even if he doesn't.
interrupted.
What
Oh.
Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up.
n-
Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You just
inference.
showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay
Whoa,
in criminal
really?
preliminary examinations. The entire
Hold on.
preliminary.
Candace Owens just gets to move forward on explaining what Andrew's position is, but he doesn't get to go ahead and just make his position real quick because he's telling her, I don't care about any of this. This is not my position. And Candace Owens is going, yes, it is. But he doesn't get to talk about it now, but he'll get his chance in a second. But that's really stupid.
hearing
It's
that
really
you just
stupid.
saw was on the basis of reliable
This is
hearsay.
worthless.
And what that
This
means
is just time
essentially
wasted.
is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative.
We know what
And so it's
hearsay
the
is,
state
Candace.
saying,
We're not dumb.
here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am
How's that hearsay?
inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay.
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the
that-
point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
it's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the
Can't shut up
entire
and
hearing
listen.
allowed for. So the evidence that
Great,
he is
but
describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to
Mhm.
argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they are
just-
inferring off of the
Mhm.
facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical
go.
chain for how you get to that inference.
English is hard for Candace.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference
The
so that I
infer-
understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you
I
get
didn't say
that
it-
inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary
There's
was
no-
in the
but
That's not what you're
inverse.
seeing in your video.
But in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that
Not more.
gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible.
more,
which is all
no.
they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mhm.
Okay. It is
Tyler Robinson had a vast majority of the DNA compared to anybody else. That also means he's going to have the most degraded DNA than anybody else because there is more of his DNA than anyone. But Candace will not tell her audience that.
plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally,
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so
there-
we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a
Good point.
patsy. I am saying that there is
Oh, I
Just-
thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
no.
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are
Mhm.
accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it?
Oh, hey, Jen, I sent you an X post real quick. I don't know if you saw that or not. Sorry.
Or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I
Or an
just looked
extra
for. He
message,
said
not post.
Unless
it
I
was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Thank you.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was,
Okay, before we get into this real quick, I got a little thing from Gary here. Thank you, Jen. So Gary wants everyone to know here for sure, and I do too. I want you all to know this. Key categories that involved hearsay. Lance Twiggs recorded interview, Exhibit 16. The central alleged admissions/confessions, including the note, text messages, and statements of regret, came through a pre-recorded police interview with Robinson's former roommate/partner rather than live testimony. The judge allowed it after redactions. Twiggs was not compelled to appear in person. Authenticating written statements under Rule 1102 for cell phone videos, surveillance footage, and photos. Statements from Amber Wright, Phillips, Toph Farnsworth, Curtis Olson, and others. The videos themselves were often played, but foundation came via these out-of-court statements. Autopsy report, admitted without the medical examiner testifying cause of death, gunshot wound to the neck, manner of homicide. Other officer relayed information, photographs taken by absent personnel, and certain reports or statements used to lay foundation or link evidence. Of course, Candace Owens, I think, would probably prefer you not know that, but that's the way it is. Thank you, Gary. I really appreciate that, man.
we believe this to be Tyler Robinson.
Thank you, Jen.
Is belief something you go as
Thank
a
you.
fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why-
these-
why
are you
it all out.
pivoting?
So
But
that-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I just say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it
overwhelming.
was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to
wasn't
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I just said
this.
you tweeted this. You
Mhm.
said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted
Mhm.
on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said.
This is what we call lie by omission. She's technically telling the truth somewhat, but she omits the rest of the tweet because she doesn't want her audience to know that.
That's not actually, in
Very
fact, what
easy.
happened in that exchange.
Lie by omission.
I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah. So my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has
Mhm.
been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge,
All of it together.
that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm
Answer a question
demonstrating
with
is
a
that
question,
you permit
Candace.
yourself to do it,
Mhm.
and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No,
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll
He's
just use
explaining
this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because
I'm
you make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to explain
theorists.
to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said
Wow.
in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm sorry. I
that,
actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
You'll
I
see me
don't
on
think-
the
I think
news.
And
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me on
some
the staircase.
maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If
Mhm.
his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, this will be interesting.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I
Yeah,
said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the time.
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how.
Exactly. So during the trial, Lance Twiggs will be there in person, and his testimony will not be hearsay. Again, Candace Owens has probably about a year before this trial takes place. It's probably going to be in her best interest to act like that's not going to happen for the next year, in my opinion. That way she keeps this audience growing and growing and growing and feeding off of her. That's my opinion.
Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the judge
because most of it was hearsay.
They are allowed.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite scientific.
Sounds like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all.
And what are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah. And I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right. But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find?
This is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find.
Well, that's not what you said in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over.
Again, Candace Owens absolutely loves to lie by omission. I do have a favor to ask of you guys real quick, and the people that are on my live stream as well. If you guys could come on over to Paramount, give a bunch of likes, and definitely hit that subscribe button, I would greatly appreciate it. I think now's a good time to kind of insert that in here since PBD's got his ads all over the place. I feel like it's fair to get ours in here, right? Thank you all. Oh, click
over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay.
What do you?
Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah,
can we do this?
Only been talking about
do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break?
Oh my
gosh! Are you guys
gosh.
good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a
He's just
quick
on
break?
the
Doesn't matter
hour.
to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're
It's so
for
funny.
me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
3.5 minutes? All right.
All right, you
let's do
guys,
it.
nearly 2,000.
Italian.
Well, so we can skip these, right?
Like,
they got their own
watch.
channel. They can advertise there. Okay.
United States debt, mic cramps. That's why I subscribe. It's a
Who did they partner up together with all this or something? Okay. See, this is why it's good to be a little bit behind stream, because then we could just catch right on up, right? We don't have to sit here and watch all that. So it's always a blessing, guys. Don't worry. Holy cow. Are we about caught up? We are fully caught up. Wow, okay. Excellent. So now we're fully caught up to the stream. I think that was a little longer than 3 minutes, but maybe they're fighting it out in there. Maybe George did come in and maybe Andrew's blowing his whistle. We'll have to find out. We'll have to make sure Andrew's okay. Somebody check on Andrew. Yeah. Well, okay. Real quick then, I'll just be right back real quick. I'm going to hit the toilet because I've been drinking a lot of water and a lot of sweet tea, some Southern brewed sweet tea. You need to have some of that in your life for sure. I'll be just right back, guys. 1 second.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI, for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and help him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number.
Maybe.
on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media
Bet
hates
y'all didn't think
the
I was
fact that we're
just
having these
lightning, did ya?
conversations right now. Just
And
so
I
you
still
know,
haven't learned
they
my
want to
lesson.
control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is
Yes, I
going
did
to
wash my
be
hands.
the totality of the summary of the case. Okay?
Putting that
So,
out there now.
right now, we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed
you
to
think
be
they'll do that
scheduled
during
for
the
sometime
trial,
in
though?
May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right?
Yeah,
So
they got
forget
the
just
extension.
the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700 novelist.
She almost slipped and said something else.
He did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here.
Well, we don't want to
follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me
aside,
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine. And masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
It's not the first step.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign. By the way,
that's your first step.
Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Like you switch it up. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like chill. Like you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like Fed
compelling.
slop?
I think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone. Okay,
this isn't on 2X.
And that
this
you
is live, I
collected
promise.
his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband
what
has
about
the
his
capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it. And I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything. If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You're here to debate it now.
An anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on,
you must have hated
hang
watching
on,
the
you're giving
preliminary
us,
hearing.
you're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted.
We didn't have, correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't have one single anonymous source shown during the hearing, did we? So you mean to tell me that we actually had like a name and a face pretty much to every single source that was brought up during the preliminary hearing? Candace Owens does not. She's not doing the same thing. Her source is unnamed. We don't know. We don't even know if she typed it up herself. It's just this random person, trust me, bro, sent me this. When did the court do that? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Did the court ever show any evidence that didn't have a name, source, or anything to back it?
Any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the
Good job,
parents
Don't answer.
turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
it was the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
the father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Charging
Nothing.
document
So they
page
didn't have
6 as well?
statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was
pull that.
interviewed that night. Amber Robinson
bet
was
they do,
interviewed
though.
that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard
He's
from
got
Mike
a
Mitchell
name.
that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why...
Imagine blowing your cover like that to just let Candace Owens know exactly what you did.
Tyler
We're just
Robinson knew
pointing
him was
that out.
because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How does
leader.
this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah,
we don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say, involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have already in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the if
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
and
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you
Correct.
were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you
Mhm.
that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that, that would
messages.
make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone,
It
they
might
may not be fabricated. That's
Okay.
the point.
So let's get to
Good.
the,
They just
let's
could
get
be
to the
somebody
parents,
else.
the parents fact check.
That's something her
Yeah,
audience.
So I was
needs to
saying,
know.
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed
Mhm.
off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I can't
doc?
see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages.
Mhm.
Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving
we
my
go.
point. This is from the charging document, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed,
Yeah.
Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of
Yeah.
the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided to
it.
bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody.
But you're insinuating that that was fabricated. So why wouldn't the parents come out and clear their name? They can do that. They could come out and be like, we never said any of this. Any statements that you see out there, we have not given. They could simply do that and they choose not to.
else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I
else
don't-
who's your
I don't
source,
think
but
it's
won't go
really-
publicly tell the
If-
media
yes.
this is not
That's
true.
great.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to
Uh-huh.
be very
You stepped
clear
right in it.
and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. and
Oh,
s- and speak.
this mother.
Especially when your son is
If I
up for,
thought that my kid
was up for death.
if I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up.
What?
Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened.
know he's
These
telling the
people are
truth about
lying through
that.
their teeth.
Especially with his wife.
They'd be public, whether
And
you like
Candace
it or
Owens
not.
can't dispute it.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what would
if, I
happen.
mean, if you have a
I'm
source,
not-
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on
"Oh,
the statements of
it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents.
But
I
they
will
haven't.
say this, putting together context clues.
And they
If
won't.
the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement,
your
and here is
opinion.
his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
get the
also
public
be a
on
good
your side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information,
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
they never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No,
they could have said they're
No.
no, they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Uh-huh.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and
Mhm.
there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
no, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago,
Mhm.
the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough
Mhm.
that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is
Yes.
hypothetically
Yes.
true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
Yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
not, I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I am.
you're asking.
What I
Why
am.
you're saying could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
on?
asking specifically is like who could shut shut.
Okay, yeah, Jen, you actually you brought up something that I was definitely just looking up, actually. So Brian Koberger specifically, because I remember this, his family publicly urged people to not judge him before the evidence was heard. In all fairness, though, his sister came out and was like, I believe Brian Koberger did this as well. So yeah, we had two different sides of Brian Koberger's family coming out and, you know, publicly speaking about the case. And this was a very much shut up, don't talk about this case. The judge put gag orders on there. The Gonzalez family was so unbelievably upset with how this court case ended up coming out too. They were constantly coming out and saying things. So it's not unheard of for families to come out and do this. To this day, the Gonzalezes are still fighting because they were very disgusted with how Brian Koberger ended up getting a plea deal. Now, of course, Brian Koberger has come out and he's saying, oh, well, I'm rescinding my guilty plea, which I'm sure the Gonzalez family themselves are like, yes, we're going to go back at this. And, you know, and I hope they do. I hope this case gets blown back open. And I hope Brian Koberger gets exactly what he deserves, to be honest, because that was a messy case. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. There is no excuse for the parents to not really come out and say and take support for their child and to say that they did not come out and make these statements. They're public statements. The judge can't just order them to not come out and talk about themselves. They don't have to talk about the case directly, but they could directly say, we have never made any public statements. There's nothing wrong with the parents doing that.
Parents up who are like, no way. There's no possible.
Thank you,
This
Jen.
never happened. This is ridiculous.
Man,
They
Jen,
would
you
be
are
shouting it on
too.
CNN.
Like,
They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not
need to
enough
get
for them
me
to talk to your source, but enough to keep them
somebody
quiet.
on
I
my
think that
side
that's
here,
quite
Jen.
ridiculous.
for my
But
live streams.
I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a
assistant.
little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew, there's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging
doesn't like to listen
in what
very
you
well,
term
does
to be
she?
conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made.
Real quick, I just want everyone to notice, just for a fun little funsies. Look at what Andrew Wilson's wearing. Okay.
If it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this.
Yeah.
My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
Now, of course, look at what Candace is wearing. What's that say down there? Oh wow. I'm just pointing it out.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't
PBD's
understand this
dressed in a
lecture
suit.
that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the state
lecture?
is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. Right. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull
PBD
that
wouldn't
up, this
have
is
cut 'em off
the
there, but
prosecution
okay.
filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is.
I see why Candace thought it wasn't true. because April Fools, right? That'd be great.
Presently
I
and
don't know.
reasonably
Reasonably
available to
available.
them as required under Rule 16, Utah are criminal. To be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So,
Yeah.
and they were basically
Please hurry, get
saying you
something
don't
else
need
quick.
it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I
there.
understand.
Okay. So that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that
I'm just,
we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that
great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
made that
the
point, like,
disagreements
also-
now would move
I-
into the evidences that
And
you
concedes it.
have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of
Mhm.
what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can
Yeah.
hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like
Terrible
to get
burden
into
to
the
have,
things
we
not
should
being
you've
able to
discuss
said.
the
shut up and
screwdriver.
listen.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
agreed. So
Yeah, we may have to do a little bit more pausing in between. I have been letting this go on a little bit too much. We just don't want to get hit by copyright strikes here, guys. So, every now and then I probably need to be putting in just a little bit more breaks here. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, it's you never know how a Candace Owens is going to react. An angry Candace Owens. She's a dangerous, dangerous being on the YouTubes.
if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
This is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that
Candace
you feel
is
that you
talking like
have,
2 times
which
speed.
demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers,
Mhm.
everybody watching,
So you're
nobody's
just
giving
you're conceding.
nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given,
Right.
I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay,
Correct.
yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I
Come on,
also
say it.
am
I get
welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
turning.
No. Straight up. I've been waiting, Andrew, to say this for so long. for so long, but PBD cut him off the first time here. But I really want him to just simply say, look, you have made claims saying TPUSA is covering this up. That's not an opinion. You've said they are covering up a crime. You've made claims about Erica Kirk. You've made claims about other countries, other people, other groups. We need to get into that specifically. That's what I'm waiting for.
Point USA.
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it. I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we
Get to the
exhaust
meat.
this topic
Mhm.
first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this
It's a
preliminary hearing,
Garbage
actually,
question, but okay.
the almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is
Not
putting
to
on
be
their evidence.
too
That's
mean,
the
but-
purpose of this hearing, right? The
Mhm.
state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a
He's all
reasonable
over the
doubt
place.
before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the
Why can't
first
they
thing
just
that I
show
would
it in
hand over.
court?
But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're
I don't
right to say
understand their logic.
we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack. That's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names.
It is
She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is...
I'm just going to kind of interject here real quick. Just, I agree. It looks bad, right? It looks suspicious, okay? But also, are you willing to just violate somebody's Fourth Amendment rights if you, search and seizure on their property? If you have absolutely no reasonable suspicion that this person committed a crime? I don't know that I'd be willing to violate their Fourth Amendment right in that situation, because you have to have reasonable suspicion that the person who owned that backpack actually committed a crime or was part of the crime. It's just not that simple, Candace. You can't just simply start searching every single person just because you feel like it. That it doesn't work that way.
Completely crazy to me that some of the artifacts that Charlie was
Plus, they would
wearing
have had to have found
were
something in the
immediately
backpack
returned
that
to Erica.
corroborated it.
That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That
Ooh.
should be sitting in evidence.
That is a great. Here, hold on. So there was Coach Kimberly. They were stealing hats and shirts, so they may have taken one of their backpacks too. Yeah, absolutely. That could have just been a stolen backpack as well. One of the people from the crowd could have just grabbed it and taken off with it as well. We just don't know. So, but Candace won't question anything that is in favor of TPUSA. She'll only question things against them.
Any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have, have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. It's like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday,
he had 4 days.
The dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this.
Did you notice Candace Owens said lay down pavers? When did she switch her stance from them paving over to laying down physical pavers? That's the first time I've heard her use the correct terminology. And I know because I cover it every single episode. And I have to keep reminding her, hey, they laid down bricks pretty much. Concrete bricks. They're like 2 by 2, 2 foot by 2 foot little bricks that they lay down. You could just lift them up and get right underneath the soil. But this is the first time I've ever heard her admit that.
It's weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing.
But he's a 4.0 grade point average
hearsay
student.
Of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
He's literally a 4.0, average student. He never dropped out of college or anything, though. We'll just keep that off. We won't talk about that. But he's so smart. But he wouldn't have thought of where should I fire from that aren't in, that cameras aren't immediately on me. I'm sure he probably looked for some cameras, right? Maybe.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Okay, here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would
correct,
change my mind.
Candace. So we haven't, have we?
To qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you
Perfect. Jen just sent me this here. This is awesome. So police generally return a victim's personal property when they determine it no longer has evidentiary value or when they have already documented whatever evidentiary value it had. So if Charlie Kirk's crucifix was recovered and then returned to Erica, the likely explanation is that the investigators concluded they didn't need to retain the physical object. Absolutely. They could have photographed it, documented where it was found, and if necessary, process it before releasing it back to the family. Evidence rules do not require police to keep every possession a victim has indefinitely. Exactly. I mean, there are many, many times where there are murder weapons turned back over to the original owner, depending if that murder weapon was stolen from them or not. As long as they process it, prove everything, and then, they make their case, there's a chance for that person to come back later on and pick up that piece of evidence because it was their personal property. Now, sometimes, depending on what happens to that property is destroyed, depends on what the owner argues for and, other things like that. But there have been times where evidence in the most extreme situation has been returned to an original owner.
Could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy.
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and
another
TPUSA.
ad break again.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around.
Okay. So looking up here, it's very rare for it to happen. But there is the innocent third-party owner ruling, and there was the Pamela Smart murder case where the murder weapon actually was turned back over to the owner in 1990. So it's a very, very, very rare situation to have happen, but it does happen. Even if it's rare, it's like, hey, there are situations where this evidence does end up getting turned back over to the original owner. So
the choice in each perfection.
See, guys, doesn't pausing every now and then just give a nice benefit to where we have pretty much an ad-free experience.
Couple miles and go to our private board.
Drag this. Oh, and they're at the We'll Be Right Back stage still. All right, cool. Heck
Hey,
yeah.
Arty.
Hey, how's it going?
There were also a ton of other people who dropped their backpacks, dropped their coats, dropped a ton of different stuff because they were running from an active shooter situation. So they're not going to take all of that evidence into custody and keep it all. I mean, the majority of the stuff that they found laying around inside and just outside of the university, they gave back to the owners because it was derived to not be part of evidence for the prosecution or for the police to do the investigation. It was not part of that. So, I mean, there was tons of stuff left.
Exactly. Including, from what I understand, a wheelchair. They didn't take that into evidence either, apparently.
Don't get me started on the wheelchair.
Do you think it might have been Project Constitution's wheelchair?
I think it was an exploding wheelchair made in Israel and dropped off by Egyptian planes. And somehow or another, they had bees inside of the metal tubing of the wheelchair. I'm just waiting for all of that to come out.
I heard he was working on a explosive cheesy puff. I wonder how far his research will take him. Oh man, what a crazy situation. I can't believe he actually thought that he was gonna make a story about a left behind wheelchair. That's amazing. For people in chat that don't know, if you all weren't here yesterday, Project Constitution has a very suspicious wheelchair that he is investigating that was left behind at the Charlie Kirk situation. Kind of amazing, huh? Oh, it's such good stuff. I'm enjoying all of this. This is a really good time right now. Like Andrew Wilson, how do you guys feel about this? How does everybody feel about how Andrew Wilson's doing? Jen, are you enjoying Andrew Wilson so far?
I am, but I think he needs to start attacking Candace's claims more, and I think this is where we're getting into that. Also, I think PBD needs to start being a better moderator and not letting Candace just spin her web for, minutes and minutes and minutes while he's not like directing her to either back up her claim or have them provide some kind of fact checking.
Absolutely. I actually I was going to say at least he's doing better than Sneeko, but I actually don't know that he's doing better than Sneeko right now as a moderator. He's doing very little to make sure that this that discourse is not happening as much. He's not stepping in when he should be stepping in. But the good news is Andrew and Candace are a lot more composed than Stu Peters by far.
Well, I don't know if you caught early on in the back and forth, but she started to say, "Are you?" And then Andrew cut her off.
Yeah.
And he just basically saved her from being
From
booted.
the ad hom.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Because she was getting ready to make an ad hominem like critique of him, and he interrupted her, and then she went back and rephrased. I wish he hadn't have done that, because nothing would have made me happier than to her just get booted and not being given all this airtime.
Absolutely. But he will, I bet he holds that over her head a little bit. I bet he goes, well, I was an absolute gentleman. And what a gentlemanly thing to do, to be like, hey, I see what you're about to do. Let's not go there. I mean, what a very nice thing for Andrew Wilson to do. She can't say that he never gave her nothing.
That's true. And I think he's been
Absolutely.
very composed the entire debate so far. But I would really like him to start picking apart her claims. And I think that's where people are going to start seeing the true Candace and what she's been doing for the last 11 months.
Absolutely. I think you're dead on with that. I think he really needs to come out of the gate swinging now. The kid gloves have to come off. But man, has he ever had a very, very, very generous amount of kid gloves to give her today.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Okay,
whoop,
so we're officially
perfect
back.
timing.
Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super
Here we go.
painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
well, this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying.
He does not want to
But
answer
this
his
is but
question.
this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to
It's
me
a bad
feels like a
sign
bit
So
of
am I
a,
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mhm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want
questions.
to depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer?
Man, Candace is so afraid of questions. It's embarrassing. Jen just sent me over. Gary posted a tweet here. Candace lies again. As of June 18th, the prosecution has handed over 100% of all evidence in our position to the defense. Do you want me to pull this up, Jen, or would that be? Do you want to save it after the show, or how would you want this?
It's totally up to you. We can do it either now or after the debate. What do you think would be better?
Absolutely. Well, I guess let's go forward with this here. They're kind of in the middle of bickering over questions. It's kind of funny here, but I'll definitely pull this up. I think the audience heard, though, like, there's no disputing that, and Candace probably even knows too. As of June 18th, there is no evidence withheld whatsoever. She's just holding on to old evidence from before the preliminary even started. But yeah, I'll definitely pull this up though. Let's hear what Andrew has to say here, because this is crazy.
It, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask, and I'm going to answer
and if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit,
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah, okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence, and now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
If your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate. This is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
here real quick. Let me I will pull these up real quick, because why not? Just for transparency purposes here, because this is hilarious. Candace Owens is contradicting herself. First, I just want to show this right here. First and foremost, Candace Owens confirmed the story of Tyler Robinson's parents identifying him and turning him in with her own reliable sources. First of all, everyone should be sharing this right here. That is absolutely hilarious. Second of all, this right here, as of June 18th, the prosecution has handed over 100% of all evidence in our possession to the defense. I mean,
yes,
it's
we are,
clear
Judge.
as day.
Prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr. McBride to make a brief report on discovery updates, and then just inform the court that the state has provided copies of all exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing. So, all right.
Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Yes, we are, Judge.
There is no disputing that. There is absolutely no disputing that. Candace Owens herself also admitting everything when it comes to Tyler's parents identifying. I mean, plain as day. Plain as day. A little loud.
Hey, Arty.
Yes.
Did you need to switch
my
the
bad.
screens.
I forgot to hit that. I'm sorry, guys.
I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this. So they released the photo. And then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler and she phones him up. Tyler says, "Mom, I'm sick." She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad. I have a source.
And there we go. Now, we got this silly comment down here. What were you saying around this time, Gary? Jen, the producer, just told me people can change their opinions based off new evidence. That's correct. Was there any new evidence to suggest that their parents did not make these statements? That's funny when people make comments like this, thinking that they're going to get a shot in, and then they don't even consider the fact that what has taken place since September 17th and today that makes you doubt that the parents made these statements. Very simple question. I guarantee you this person could not answer. Says, does that only apply to you changing your mind about the capabilities of a firearm? Thanks for clarifying. Well, I mean, again, you're right. Based off new evidence. So show us what evidence took place. All right, let's get right back to this.
Conversation,
Let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I
No, you
was
didn't.
told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's
That's
all I can tell you.
amazing.
I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the
I
information that
agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mhm.
Okay. Where's your
Do we
question?
need
Yeah.
that?
Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive, because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him.
That's not what he
Nor do I
said.
believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues.
No. He very specifically said that Tyler Robinson was into politics. He said he didn't talk about politics specifically with Lance Twiggs, but he had heard Tyler Robinson talking about politics, mainly about Trump.
Since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that
That's
he
not what he
stopped
said.
and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for
Yeah, I've never met a
LGBTQ
leftist
issues.
that didn't contradict
because,
themselves, but okay.
Yeah,
this
but do
chick-
you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to, for an hour and a half,
But
pepper
the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and
Mhm.
and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel
I
was involved in
have-
killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. but we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lie.
100%. 20 minutes specifically, I even timed it out. 20 minutes before Charlie Kirk ended up being assassinated, he stated he was an evangelical. Absolutely.
About Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what we've
point you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie
You've said
Kirk.
it
So how
multiple
could I
times.
say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay.
Not
Fair.
personal.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Well, this is gonna be incredible. It's gonna be all the time a compilation of her accusing TPUSA and everyone. I bet.
Yes,
This is gonna be
said that there's a
amazing.
video you want to play that
Play it.
Candace said she
Do
has
it.
full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
He said evidence that they killed him. I said
ahead
this
and
is why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yep. Play the clip. Do it.
Via whom?
Oh,
My
it's so
guess
quiet.
is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's a
involved.
Ask us
claim.
proof.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if
I
there's
said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to
do
think,
you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or
yeah,
not
but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think. What
you're-
I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I
He's
think
telling you
Uh-huh.
what the
that
issue is.
Israel-
Stop talking, Candace.
is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would
I
think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence.
Can we just get the video of her like text or like first of all the text message of her saying I'm going to ask why she ended her husband, and then second of all, can we get the video where she straight up calls Erica Kirk a black widow? I think those would be just a little bit better than the video that was shown here.
Or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can
He
give you
asked
something
you
that I
if you
think.
could.
with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Thank
That's
you,
the
Jen.
complete
but
substance of the
you're
debate.
no,
Screenshot
actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Yeah,
I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that.
like-
I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm,
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public
don't think that's
assassination of
pertinent?
Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up Candace,
What's the
where's your
context for
evidence
Erica
for
Kirk's
France
Black
doing this?
Widow?
I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm
You've
going to
never
probe
shown
that. Well,
proof that
how
you
can you
did that.
probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
you
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will
Yeah, just
recognize
like,
the
get this
strategy that
over
you're
with.
trying to
Just rip
employ.
the
So
Band-Aid
let's
off.
get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's
But
go.
there, but I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie
I
Kirk,
think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence
Stop
for it at all
talking,
that you'll
Candace.
give us.
well, I
Jeez.
already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You
Okay.
just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office
interesting
never
way
got
to
back to
sidestep
us. It
that.
was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information. That the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination.
Just out of curiosity, guys, do you think she gave them the name of the person who told her, or even gave them the copy of the email? Or did she just simply email Tulsi Gabbard to be like, I received an email from someone saying that the French Foreign Legion's after me, and then just left it at that? Or did she even bother actually sending an email at all? Because I have no idea. She could have redacted his name and shown us the email, but she didn't do that. So I have my doubts.
Assassination. And that, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you
like
didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like
What about the
yeah,
second
So if
email?
they do contact you,
100.
are you
yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as
And-
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so If that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case because
Well, show us the writing.
so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
She
Is
said
there
Tulsi's
enough
office,
credibility
right,
where
right.
that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
Not Tulsi
are? Okay.
herself.
I mean, that's,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody.
Oh,
so
thank
if
you,
an
Jim.
average
I'll
person
get
sends
that.
it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the
1732.
source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you
Okay.
assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you?
So actually it was three offices.
let me ask one
The
question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mhm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't
think
called you.
then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
Let me
he
government.
ask you one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mhm.
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Sure.
This
The
isn't
question
how
is,
moderators
in
work, by the
regards
way.
to, I've
Just
not
wanna
seen
point
that
that
clip,
out.
so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here.
So I noticed that she won't answer whether it's a gut feeling or not. But second of all, is it controversial for me to say that Sneeko actually did a better job trying to actually moderate and stay between times and try to get people to be quiet and, cordial than PBD's doing here? I don't want to just trash PBD, but why is all of a sudden he entering into the conversation and asking questions? Like, I'm really confused by this, to be honest. That was a terrible decision to make, in my opinion.
Here, the
I think
police
Joe Rogan may have
officers
done
that
better,
were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
Well,
sources?
hang on. I
that
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew
doesn't
those
show
things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven my.
Well, I wouldn't have used that last source because obviously that source was recorded from a camera, like recording a screen. So that's not very good. That means that was taken in the courtroom more than likely. And you could see like the pixelation coming across the front of the image, which also lowers quality. And I don't know that file wasn't tampered with as well. She could have crushed that file down to like a 480p file and then shown it to the audience on top of that. Like, I don't know what kind of manipulation could have been done. That's not a credible source. In my opinion, that could be a really bad actor.
In the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Well,
how would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you, all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
Why are you hesitating?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in.
No. He didn't say that you should be required to answer questions. He said, do you think the questioner should be questioned? Very simple.
Answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing though that
yeah, this is ridiculous. So again, Candace Owens, she's sitting there not wanting to answer any questions, but it is a double standard. If you want people to start answering questions, you need to first and foremost step in there, have some good faith, and answer other people's questions. But Candace doesn't like to do that. She literally blocked me. Candace Owens blocked me because I made a post saying only Candace Owens can answer questions. Or can ask questions, not answer. Candace Owens is the only one who can ask questions. It was right after I made that tweet. Candace Owens blocked me. Weird. I never insulted her. I never did anything crazy. All I simply said was that. But here we are in the situation where Candace Owens is pushing back on Andrew Wilson, all because he said, don't you think you should be questioned too? And she's pushing back incredibly hard on that and trying to defend her position of not answering questions. Funny how that works, huh?
I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it showed.
You know what's funny is they also took note of everything that was in that backpack. They went through everything. And then when they found out whose backpack it was, they put everything back. That means that they actually did investigate what was in the backpack and if it had anything to do with the crime. Just putting that out there. And they were able to deduce that it had nothing to do with the crime.
Was that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want back.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video? If you don't mind,
Yeah,
there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe
every time
Erica's complicit. If you got
every time Andrew gets so close to delivering a really solid point, either PBD or Candace Owens will interrupt. It's not the worst scenario that I've ever seen, but I'm like right there with it. I'm waiting for Andrew to take that swing, and it's like they just managed to stop him right beforehand. But maybe this video will help him. We'll see.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because
those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death.
You just said complicit. That was your words. Also, I kind of hate that this subject just got off the whole thing of Candace Owens talking about her legal pickle. We need to investigate Candace Owens' legal pickle, for sure. I think we need to open up an investigation into that. Does it belong to George?
You added those two words.
See.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come into
tell
debate,
me,
so
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanked.
Let's just real quick. I'm just going to pull this up very, very quick here. So, I mean, we've got this. I wonder what this means. First question. I'm asking everything. First question. Why did you murder your husband? I know people say that that is a joke. Oh, I've got my mouse on the wrong side here. Right here. First question. Why did you murder your husband? Is that unclear? Is that her just never saying that she ever suggested Erica Kirk did anything? And then I also do want to bring up, Jen sent this over here to me, so I'm going to pull this video.
Someone said it's
okay. So this video here, timestamp 1732 is when she starts talking about Erica. So let's go to that just real quick.
Via a third person, a third party person, out of respect. I think she was on the phone with him. She cried, right? His energy is like the male, I need to protect a woman in distress. Like she's a female, she's in distress. She's I'm just scared, and like I'm looking online and people are saying like they're just saying that like they want me to die, and I'm just so overwhelmed right now, Mr. Vice President. I'm just so overwhelmed.
Imagine if we said this about her French Foreign Legion guy that was coming after Candace. That's weird.
Dab, 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 no tears. I'm so overwhelmed. And he was probably like, oh my God. And my kids, I just don't want my kids to be an orphan, Mr. Vice President. I know, I'm so sorry. That's what I think went down. Okay. That is the energy that he is giving, is like, oh my gosh, I feel so bad. I need to like protect this injured bird.
And now let's just go right up to here, and here it is. Here is the absolute, just most damning piece of evidence.
Had things under control, but that he understood that she needed to do what was right for her family. That's my best read on the situation. I think Erica is calculated. And I want to say to JD Vance, you better wake up fast, okay? That's a black widow, my friend. You will get bit.
Huh. A black widow. How did the Black Widow spider get its name? Natasha Romanoff received the codename Black Widow spider. Jeez. Real spider. Not. Okay, the Black Widow spider gets its name from the dark, glossy color of mature female and the long-held belief that she habitually eats the male partner after mating. Now, very simple too. What does Black Widow mean in crime? The crime terminology of a Black Widow is a woman who murders multiple partners, spouses, or lovers over time. The nickname is derived from the Black Widow spider, whose female counterpart famously ends the male after mating. I don't know why it put it like that, because if the Black Widow spider is named for, eating its partner, then they're specifically talking about a widow, and the black part meaning bad, dark, evil, things like that. But anyway, kind of a circular definition here. Are we confused as to what Erica Kirk? Are we confused as to what Candace Owens actually meant by that comment? I don't think we are.
Blanks. And then
I don't
she
think her
says,
audience is
"So I'm
either."
going to call the lawyer." And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work, because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer, and
Thank you, Jen,
her lawyer
by the way.
says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like,
it,
don't look
if
anywhere
she believes
else.
that Charlie, that
So hold on. Now no longer is Erica Kirk complicit in like covering up this crime, but she's only complicit in just making people think it's open and shut. So that's quite the downgrade of complicity from a complicency, I guess is how you'd say that. I don't know why I'm stumbling over my words today, but that is a major downgrade from what you originally said.
Tyler Robinson killed Kirk. If she believes that,
Already walking it back.
how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I thought she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to
there's no
respond to
doctored
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing it.
when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble.
17 days.
George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious.
Why are we talking about this at all, though?
So it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it
not moderation.
transformed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go
don't.
for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact?
How does him asking for you to clarify turn into you asking him a question?
That Erica was retarded?
This is so irritating.
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So,
You
and what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate.
Oh.
That's the first time I ever met anybody at TP.
You are correct. You are correct about that, Jen. Charlie and Erica got together in September of 2018. Candace met George in December of 2018. So she just lied. Absolutely. Well, Charlie and Erica were still dating throughout that time. It's just Candace and George started preparing for their wedding 17 days after they met. So I guess it was a race to get married before Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk for some reason. I don't know.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like,
if they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded
of that claim?
It's not.
I mean, it is getting a little frustrating in this sense. So Candace Owens is still dodging the question of what she thinks Erica is complicit in. Andrew's not really holding her feet to the fire. They're now talking over each other, and PBD is playing with his microphone. Fantastic.
Evidence that you're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in
Nobody
good
asked
faith.
for your
I don't
belief.
believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It
Don't care.
demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
Have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been,
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang on.
ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then
Mhm.
you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has
Talk
spent
about his
time
record
in
instead of what you actually
most people
feel.
would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're
Mhm.
like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this is-
biggest of the girl boss
is
positions.
going
Like you
in
don't
that on
have
them.
to do this.
Look,
You just
slipping in.
do this. You could definitely not
You're gonna
do
see
it
how
at
far
all
she
and be
goes, for
fine,
sure.
right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why
parents-
should we take the organization
No,
over?
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's
So, you know,
bizarre. You
Because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for.
This, I think, right here is probably going to make some people really question Candace Owens. Why would TPUSA not be Charlie Kirk's legacy at all? That's such a confusing thing. Why would you ever say that? Charlie built that with his own two hands. It's not his legacy? That's a wild
This
claim.
is why people think she's sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't- that-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over
objective-
his company.
There's always
Why?
objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run
Perhaps.
that to
Nobody's
run the organization.
even questioned that, really.
On the
Well, who
more
cares?
emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion. I'm not gonna say it's scientific.
Do you know what's going to happen if they actually find out that Erica Kirk really is just unqualified? The board probably will vote her out as CEO, and I don't know if they have the power to do that or not. I don't know what the percentage of ownership would be at that point in time and all, but I'm sure that they would be raising up a little bit of a stink if they thought she wasn't qualified at all, but the board voted for her. That automatically implies that she's qualified. If the board and the entire business is behind one person, they are qualified for that business. That's not up to you to decide. That's for the business itself to decide, isn't it?
That
I would assume
any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated
her kids is
does not have their
disgusting thing
priorities
to
straight.
say.
Okay, well,
Hold
I
on.
understand.
That's just insulting to my wife right off the bat. My wife works a full-time job too. Is it disgusting that my wife has decided to do that instead of just be a full-time stay-at-home mom? I mean, we're kind of in a position where that's not exactly an option. But at the same time, she made that choice. She decided to go into the field she was going into. And you're like, that is disgusting. Except, you know, Candace Owens, you also run a business and you have like 4 kids, number 5 on the way. So again, rules for thee, not for me.
That you can have those criticisms.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't
Here
have
we are,
to
back to
keep
the point.
answering the
Good
same
job. Okay.
question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how it's
your-
complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish
Stop
this segment
doing
on the
that, BBD.
Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well.
Okay.
So if you guys
Every time he gets to the swing, it's another clip coming up. Which I'm glad to have the clips come up. But come on, let her answer this complicity question. We're all sitting here at the edge of our seats waiting.
ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic.
forgot
It's the
about that
reason why
part.
Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked.
It would actually be meat.
That
but
was
not
what,
vegetables, but
then
okay.
that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait, I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like
but
you were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, this
They can back it up.
I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But
Then let's back up the clip.
in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty
What?
sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early.
Apparently, she doesn't know where Andrew's going with this. This is all back to the complicity claim that you made. She is complicit. Then he just showed a clip of you saying Erica Kirk found out that wasn't supposed to go that way, and they started panicking. And then they started calling each other. He's trying to build this up for you saying that he's complicit, but of course she's trying to go, oh, the clip's out of context, and she's trying to obfuscate. She does not want to answer what she thinks Erica Kirk was complicit in.
Theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. what is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie.
There we go.
At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and
That's
said,
called confirmation bias.
it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since
No,
they're
he's not. He even
pulling
admits.
clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what
And
he
that's fine.
observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000
Shoot it above the
pounds of
box.
energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30
2,000 pounds of energy.
we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30
Wouldn't that prove more to
being
his
shot
claim?
150 yards away. That's
I
a
don't-
great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm
Is she trying to say that the wind would, after that distance, the wind itself wouldn't be as strong?
pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say, I just think that that's not
Yeah, right. But
possible. It doesn't go through on
the-
top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is,
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I
Couldn't
think,
get
to
blown
speak on
backwards.
that.
Impossible.
Well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
why would that have anything to do with anything?
Did he
Did slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere.
Yes.
It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not
I'm
only am I
sorry.
not
Whoa.
BSing, I'm telling you the
you're just-
truth.
no, you-
If a bullet
I
is
think
moving
one
in
of your
air,
thing-
air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I
It
disagree
wasn't
with
the
that.
bottom.
I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts
This
of things
is
where you
so
assert something with a lot of
bad.
confidence, and it's
You can fact check
it's
it.
complete.
Fact
Your
check if
shirt,
bullets displace air.
not about whether it displays air. It's where it dispersed the air underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
Okay,
shirt.
a bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts up
cuffs.
here and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
the-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay,
He's
I
dead
understand you
wrong.
can't show it
Just-
for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People
He's
can go
so
watch and
dead
make up their own
wrong.
minds. We don't need to debate it.
He's
whether or
gonna
not it was
hide behind the fact that they can't show the video live. That's very much a shame. They really should make a blurred out, just very clear, only like the shirt moving with no sound. I think somebody ought to do that.
First thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost
Mina,
looks
that's
just
so
like
nice of
this.
you.
It goes
Thank you.
across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck.
You know what's funny about all of that too? Before the necklace moves, before the shirt moves, before any of that stuff, Charlie Kirk actually ends up getting a wound before he reacts or any of that happens. Just goes to show how fast the bullet was moving, which I don't think a PETN explosion would allow an object to move that fast. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think a tiny little shaped charge behind a tiny little microphone is going to move a projectile or air nearly as fast as probably a 30-06, simply because the 30-06 is better and has a little bit more power behind it. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe PETN is way stronger than that, which if that's the case, then, well, there's a lot more questions to answer on how his neck took it then.
I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the
What about the
Israeli
back?
pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same
got the
type
4K
of
footage of the
explosive that
back?
was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Yeah.
And I think he has debated a ton of
I hate to keep pausing, but I just got to point out the fact that she's like, look, this isn't my theory. This is someone else's theory. I'm just putting the info out there. This is how she works. She surrounds herself with a bunch of people who could actually get in trouble and gets all the trouble off of her by putting it onto somebody else's shoulders. It's pretty simple.
people, actually.
That's why
regarding
she
this
gets away with
topic.
it.
So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
the purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show,
Mhm.
I do believe, to answer
we get back
your
to the
question,
complicity,
that
though?
it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Yeah, ask anyone else but not me. Exactly, Rick.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like
There we
I'm
go.
out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras,
immediately
moving cameras, and
started
then
first
getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking
When
questions.
did she say she
Yeah,
wouldn't forgive
I'm
Candace?
a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he
starts,
observed, he said he's shot people up close
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move
dispute.
like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's
no,
what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
In
Yeah, but
slow
that's-
motion.
If you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
You all only
When
saw
you-
the
people
slow
disagree with you.
motion
Your,
video.
your opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
the
I think,
complicity?
yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a
Complicity.
quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, fine. She got out of it again. She got out of it again. He better fire off with that first question of how do you think Erica Kirk is complicit? I'll drag this. This is going to be a little bit. They take a while for. Oh, all right. We're not fully caught up. Wow,
Right.
crazy.
Okay.
Right. And then
Let me.
Well,
Okay, there we go.
all right. Fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
yeah, so I just have two more clips to play,
Okay.
right? And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing.
I hope he hits her with
Um,
that complicity.
I
I
feel
really
like,
do.
We got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So The two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that.
No,
So
you
I
didn't.
think, like, but if you're,
I know for a fact she
wanna
has.
Well,
play
no,
the
this
clip
is
to-
directly
Not on her show anyway.
It is on the gun. Twigs
Yeah,
is DNA
I'm saying
is
that I
on the
feel
gun.
like
last live
I've already
stream, she
said
said
to
it
you,
was
like,
on
I've
the-
made that
on the firearm.
concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and
You shouldn't make claims without evidence to back your claim. It's the only thing we have an issue with, Candace.
reading through legal documents and she's trying to
No,
remember
it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on the
already,
case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they
Before and after
officially
photos here?
named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. like, all right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
could do
goes-
it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail.
There we go.
Questioning at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable.
Actually, I think this will be a good time here. Jen, do you mind if I pop open it only shows the messages you've sent me, so I'm gonna pop open this live this chat real quick to show these images. Just to kind of show. Let's I'll go right here because I think this is pretty good to read out. Why Erica Kirk is arguably more capable of running TPUSA than Candace. Also, I want to save that clip because I want to see their reaction after this Candace Owens clip. Institutional knowledge. Erica spent years beside Charlie during TPUSA's major growth, with firsthand exposure to its people, donors, priorities, and operations. Charlie reportedly chose her, TPUSA COO, Tyler Bowyer, I always have a hard time saying his last name, said Charlie had repeatedly stated that he wanted Erica to succeed him. Board confidence. TPUSA's board unanimously selected Erica as CEO and chair after Charlie's death. Continuity. There we go. My bad. I thought it was continually. Candace left TPUSA in 2019. Erica was present throughout the following 6 years as the organization dramatically expanded. Different skill sets. Candace has demonstrated exceptional ability to build an audience and media brand. That's different from stewarding a large nonprofit with employees, donors, budgets, and nationwide operations. Blexit's financial record. Under Candace Owens' presidency, Blexit reported about $2.91 million revenue versus $4.63 million in expenses. In 2022, a $1.72 million operating deficit. Candace received roughly $264,000 in total compensation that year. Now, here's also the before and after pictures of the microphone. Absolutely no movement from the mic itself and very little movement from the shirt itself. Pretty clear, cut and dry, in my opinion. Thank you so much for sharing that, Jen. I really appreciate it. You are a wizard. You get information so fast. All righty. Now let's get to this clip. I really want to see Andrew and Candace Owens' face after this clip. This is going to be great.
You are asking me to be
Let's
an
see how
idiot,
she spins
actually, and
this.
I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
Okay.
it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for
No, so she
questioning
can be
because of
tongue in cheek, but
inconsistencies.
Andrew
So this
can't.
is the exact episode when I started
Right.
to think that she should be sat down and questioned, and I still believe that. I still hold
Why?
the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she
Or-
hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's
Yeah,
already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
I think you're just kind of
entire
filling the air.
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
Why is
But
she
you're not sure if
complicit?
she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
Hmm.
So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
To my
to make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend
Um,
Erica. The
Well,
thing is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally
think
we
he
have
was
dealt with
playing
this
a little
debate.
video
As you
game
can
there.
see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims.
We did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange.
What
That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context lists with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were
Yeah.
supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through.
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even were.
is your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
Oh,
So
man.
you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count?
This is what's so frustrating. See, Candace Owens wants to talk about the Charlie Kirk trial, the evidence, stuff like that, debating on what's right and wrong. But instead, she would rather just go for the petty little, like, oh, well, you're defending Erica Kirk. You're doing this and this. It's really stupid. Why can't we stay on the meat of this debate? Why is it that she can't answer a single question involving a single claim that she has made herself? By the way, guys, I do have to pause the video every now and then and talk. I let the video go on for a long period of time because I'm trying to capitulate to the audience a bit here, but we do have to do that. I'm sorry. I know it's an inconvenience, but to avoid copyright strikes, we have to make this entire video here transformative. That's just what we got to do, guys. I know I haven't said it in a little bit, so I'm going to put it out there right now. But anyway, I just have serious issues with the way Candace Owens is handling this. She's dodging questions like crazy. How is our audience going to be able to spin this? This looks terrible for her.
Of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was three.
three. Okay,
Yeah,
three. I
three.
said four.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No,
Claims.
they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too
Claims.
retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they
the
want to
whole
play
They
from
want
thing.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Y'all just going to stare at us?
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in-
really.
I love it when
We're
things like
I'm
that
just
happen. It's,
gonna-
it's
Okay.
funny.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The
But-
contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's
I'm
have it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
Come on, Andrew. Get her
So
with
are
that
you good with her
complicity
asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
This isn't awkward or anything, guys. Come on. Hit her with that complicity question.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay,
Yeah.
there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime.
There we go.
Okay. Because Lance
I can't hear
Twigs
this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says after.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twigs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twigs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twigs'
Said this- repeated
DNA
this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like it just
You did it in this episode, which is appreciated, but that was out there floating along for a while. That's the problem. And you've said it multiple episodes that his DNA is on the rifle.
seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twigs. They said 5 other profiles were on
Cool.
it, and that his was the most degraded. So I
For
hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that.
Trump family.
Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's
Exactly.
important
She
for the
never
public.
corrects
You
her
shared
error.
it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll
That made
release it
Candace
there.
mad.
Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary,
You've done
you
nothing
keep
but
saying
ask
that you have
questions.
evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that
murder.
you don't actually care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is
Murder?
guilty. I just think
Aggravated
that you should.
murder?
Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's?
You can really, yeah, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just
Don't
answer the
listen
This
to
is
question.
fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7 since
can-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
Was it charged with murder?
Can you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence.
murder.
It's not murder.
No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is
Man.
because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference? So that
Keep
No,
people
I
going,
just
don't walk
want you
away.
to list the charges.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Keep
that.
going.
You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also
You're gonna
showing
be
an
embarrassed
example
as they're
of
switching
a
their
very
earpiece
flawed
over
debate
where the only-
strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time
Or they can
constraint.
hear
I got one.
whatever.
Great. The second
Or she
charge
can hear
is
them
the
only.
felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next
What
2
are they
charges are for witness
specifically?
tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last
Ad
charge
hom.
is violence in front
Ad
of a
hom.
minor.
Okay. Got it. So then
Clear
he's
as
being
day
charged
ad
with
hom.
murder. You just
Calling
say
him an
aggravated
a-hole.
murder. That's the distinction. You just want to
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find
Flat out ad
the
hom.
defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to tell.
Just name them. I don't know. Just name it out instead of trying to explain it away why you failed.
Pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be
also refuse to
genuine
answer
and
questions.
pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull them
Oh,
up
that's
just to
gonna look so
confirm
bad. Let's
the
see it.
7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7.
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication
Okay.
with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm
Yeah,
just
let's
curious.
see it.
yeah.
You can literally do that.
Let's see it.
Here you
Let's
go.
see it. Let's just go ahead and see it.
DVD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me
You,
permission.
you
so I'm
have
looking at
full
the- I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
So
a compliment.
he's reading them.
Could be through Signal, could be through many different apps.
1132, because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram, could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too.
Good one.
I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And
Let's
that was
see.
a downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word
Come
for
on.
it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There.
Oh,
I
well,
don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming
Probably
with the
the
receipt.
earpiece, more than likely.
And that was what I was responding to.
Which-
and he
You can do with her producers. They are able to turn off the other earpiece volumes. Speak only in Candace Owens' earpiece. That is a very, very, very easy thing to do. You can do it right from the very front of your interface. As a matter of fact, on my interface, I actually have two. You know what? I'll just show it. I'll show you exactly how you do it. See those two little knobs right here? This is headphone number 1. This is headphone number 2. This is the volume for my speakers. So absolutely, very easy, very, very easily, they could turn down the volume of PBD and Andrew Wilson's earpiece and then talk directly to Candace Owens. That wouldn't even be close to a challenge.
then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something that-
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a.
That's the thing. Why take it up with someone else? If you're willing to put that information out there as fact, don't you think it's probably a good idea to make sure it's a fact that he actually bought and that is actually his receipt? I would think that would probably be a very important detail, Candace.
Timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an
She's
investigation
already
works.
preparing to walk it back.
Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule for sure. For certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond
No,
that,
no,
'cause
no,
they didn't
but-
even have
Not.
receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is,
In that situation, they actually had the people who created the evidence or curated the evidence. We know who they are. We know their statements. How about you get the actual owner statements? Oh, yeah, the owner says that Tyler Robinson wasn't there. It wouldn't pass the preliminary hearing whatsoever because you have the owner saying that it's not real.
is the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Well, I
I'm
just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that
no, that's terrible.
There is very strong evidence that is where he was. And
what's the strong evidence? Just the two people.
Candace Owens just admitted that most of the stuff on her show has not even been proven to be real at all. And that it's not her responsibility for putting out the information. It is my responsibility. It is Gary's responsibility. It is everybody else's responsibility to debunk it so then she can remove it later. That is a wild claim for Candace Owens to make, that we are the ones that are responsible for proving her claims wrong. That is crazy. Candace Owens fans, y'all watching, y'all hearing what your queen here is saying? It's pretty clear.
People who said that they saw him.
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair
information,
enough.
what
Sure,
happens
Erica
next.
Kirk.
Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody
Being
accessing
complicit.
knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof.
Mhm.
Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah. What was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his
question.
assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
the
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally
You're
followed
talking
the
too much
entire
again.
trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You didn't. No,
hairs.
that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against
Live on
him. When
video.
this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man, that's-
murder versus murder.
It's
It's a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point.
Fun fact, he live streamed it. Candace did not live stream it. What is she talking about? He has actual proof that he watched it. We have no proof that Candace Owens watched the full live stream at all.
This out. One of the
Well, I
major
know she
things
just
here
did
is that
clips.
this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else this could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just
timeline.
don't know what
What's
his
your
issue
issue
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there
Mhm.
and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated.
Well, let's just take a look at what the owner himself actually would say. A great example. First of all, Viva, I want to show Viva here for sure. But Mr. Exclusive, breaking news. Charlie Kirk investigation update, the steakhouse. I have just gotten off the phone with Mr. Perkins, the owner of Cowboy Steakhouse, and he confirmed the following to me directly. I am also tagging him in this post. It was brief, but an important phone call. Now, here's the thing. I hope he posted also the fact that the owner made a Facebook post involving this as well. Just putting that out there. So we have actual evidence that this guy talked to him. We have actual evidence that the owner himself is saying what he's saying, and Candace Owens provides none of what he told her, apparently. Now, he confirmed the following to me directly. I am also tagging him in this post. It was brief, but an important phone call. According to Mr. Perkins, Tyler Robinson did not eat at Cowboy Steakhouse. It has been officially verified to him, law enforcement, and he is sure himself. Mr. Perkins also addressed the receipt that has been circulating on X. He told me that the receipt being shared is not Tyler Robinson's receipt, or the one thought possibly to be Tyler Robinson's, nor is it the receipt shared with investigators. Mr. Perkins was polite, but clearly has been bombarded with calls. He told me people need to use some common sense. I don't know if the receipt is a legitimate receipt, but it's not the receipt in question. He did not call anyone a liar. However, he did tell me that many reporters/investigators coming to the steakhouse could easily get a receipt. Mr. Perkins made it clear Tyler Robinson did not eat at his restaurant. I have always believed in going directly to the source whenever possible, rather than relying on rumors or secondhand information. I contacted the owner himself, and this is what he told me. Mr. Perkins' statement directly contradicts one of the narratives that has been circulating online regarding Tyler Robinson's alleged whereabouts. As always, I will continue to verify information and report what I can independently confirm. There we go. So again, it also does not follow with Tyler Robinson what they said he had apparently ordered. They said he ordered 2 beers, and that's not on the receipt at all. Sirloin steak, soft drinks. That implies only one soft drink because I can go buy a bottle of Dr. Pepper at any gas station for about $3 now. It's kind of ridiculous. $2.75, something like that. I'm sure in a restaurant for unlimited refills. Yeah, soft drinks. There we go. No beer, though. That's a little odd. Leaving something out. So, again, now just to see real quick, this is absolutely shocking. From Viva Fry himself, this guy's the man. He's absolutely incredible. Fantastic person. After all the crap about the receipt that would prove Tyler Robinson had dinner at Cowboy Steakhouse at 9:55, which would make it impossible for him to be at Orem 411. After all the crap I took for asking the right questions to verify the credibility of that story and rightly calling it into question, especially based on the video statement of the faceless anonymous waiter, Candace now finally admits that they have not in fact tied that receipt to Tyler Robinson, but she'll update her timeline if it turns out to be false. But after she built a timeline on an unproven and highly questionable fact, after she has misled millions of people into thinking the timeline could not possibly make sense, except nobody has actually yet matched the debit card number to Tyler Robinson's account. Holy cow. Exactly. Now she's going to have to go and rewrite her entire timeline based on one little thing. And that's not even the only thing that puts a wrench into her timeline. Remember the Egyptian flight logs? I can't believe we haven't even gotten to that.
I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support
That was a fair
than me
question, though.
contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's cool.
Sure, you can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
that
hard
really made the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right. Now we get to skip all this.
When we set
catch
out
up
to create a
completely.
shoe that
But
blends
still,
comfort.
I really, really wish that we had managed to get to the complicity of Erica Kirk. But apparently we're not going to get to do that. Apparently Candace managed to worm her way out of that question. That was definitely a place that she was very uncomfortable with. I wish Andrew would put her back into that place again. That's what I really want to have happen.
Watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, it better not be
This is purely live. This is a
$300,000.
little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well.
$300,000.
Inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message
That's
on
such
one
a
of
dumb
our
message. Well, props to these people for sitting down and talking. Actually, well, he had to pay Candace Owens $300,000. Like, what are you talking about? She was paid to do this. For real. Like, she didn't come out of here of her own goodwill. She did it because there was a big payday.
accounts. He said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. He said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before
yes,
we wrap
Mackenzie, I
up,
can do
final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. but you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of the.
Correct. Please bring up, though, just real quick for me, Andrew, please be like, and she backed out of the question of why Erica Kirk, or what she thought Erica Kirk was complicit in. I just want to hear it. If I can hear it in this closing statement, that'll be such a nice little zinger. You know what I mean?
Those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Facts.
Candace.
Dang. I was hoping.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my
You call her the R word.
And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful.
If your own clips from your own show surprise you, Candace, that's a big problem.
Well, he was taking this on, and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point.
I've seen
part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I Well, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us.
The audience.
1 year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won. If you did, support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right, here we are. We made it, guys. We survived to the end of this. Isn't that crazy? Like, and the amount of people that are in both of our streams. Make sure if you're watching on my live stream right now, definitely make sure you come on over to Paramount Tactical's channel here and give a like and subscribe. I would be very grateful for that. Also, once we kind of go black here, stay tuned. I promise I will be back over on my stream and I'll do a little after show here. Man, so what did you think about this, Jen? How did this This is a crazy debate for the most part. I actually think that PBD did worse than Sneeko, though.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily pleased with PBD's moderating skills, and I definitely think that Andrew should get his $300,000 back because Candace called him an a-hole during the debate.
I agree.
That is an ad hom, and she violated the terms of the agreement. Therefore, she does not get the $300,000. I'm gonna go back and try to find it on the video and take a clip of it. I've already sent some comments over to Andrew that he should get his $300,000 back. She clearly lied through the majority of the debate. I mean, it's stupid, and anybody with half a brain could see what she was doing. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. I don't think she did this in good faith whatsoever. She skirted so many of his questions. Andrew I am very surprised with how nice he was to her to allow her to skirt multiple questions. The biggest one being, what do you think Erica Kirk is complicit in? And she absolutely flat out refused to answer that. That is just all telling, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was wild. Like, I don't understand how she's not required to answer that. And there again, PBD didn't give her any pushback to answer the question.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy. He just sat there, he played with his mic, stared off, didn't pay attention when they were talking over each other. The only reason I think why people are going to probably say that I'm a little crazy that Sneeko was better at the moderation is just simply because we had two adults that were in the room not going at each other like Stu Peters and Andrew was. Like, Stu Peters just constantly talked over him, yelled, ad-hommed. Candace didn't do that nearly as much, and therefore it was a calmer debate. But man, PBD just sat there and twiddled his thumbs, didn't bother to even try to interject, didn't bother to try and put a time limit on what anyone was saying or anything like that. Not that I would want that, but Sneeko tried to take action. I've never saw PBD take a single step towards calming down anybody. It's just, I don't know. It was a bad moderator. And, I don't mind PBD, but yeah.
This was just a money-making opportunity for him.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't tell with his ads. His ads were crazy. People in chat, I was reading them going, holy ad. Like, yeah. Just
well,
crazy.
And speaking of not ads, but super chats,
let's get into some of those.
Quite a few, and some comments as well.
Heck yeah. We'll blow through them here. Not blow through them, but we're going to troop on through. All right, Gary, you've been missed, but your guest hosts have been amazing. Hey, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm sure all the other ones do too as well. Shout out to them. You guys should definitely go back and watch through some of the other guest hostings that took place over the past 2 weeks here. All of them knocked it out of the park, doing absolutely amazing. We have like Jared, we've got Jay Witt, we've got Bronson. Did Jay Witt did he end up hosting one?
No, it was you, Jared, and Nate Vance.
Nate Vance, okay. Gotcha. Definitely go check out Jared and Nate Vance. Check out everyone else too. And we have such an amazing amount of people a part of this community, guys. Absolutely go through, watch some older episodes. Always support the guests in any of the videos. They are all amazing. Definitely. Thank you for that. She's only Catholic from Sage here. She's only Catholic because she stupidly thinks that makes her Jew hatred godly. I predict she will eventually convert to Islam. I would not be surprised at all. I don't know. I think they might. Should I say that out loud? I don't know if George should avoid the roofs. I'll just say that. Joe LNU. Can't wait to see a Candace Boyd foundation for her argument, aka fictional assertions. Absolutely. Patriot Lady, your post was awesome, Gary. His post was awesome, without a doubt. Circle the Wagons says, I hope this goes our way. But there's always the old adage that if you argue with an idiot, they'll take you down to their level and beat you with experience. You know, it does say that in the Bible too, doesn't it? It does say that in the Bible. Not exactly word for word like that, but, you know, it does say that. Uncle Tom's X Spaces with BB Baron have been interesting. Interesting in a disturbing way. Well, can't argue with that. Janae, for, let's see, we have only Lance Twiggs was hearsay. Yeah, exactly, pretty much. How do I say that? Osint Sean?
It's Osint.
Heck yeah, man. Thank you for joining. We greatly appreciate you, man. The whole truth. ChatGPT. Tyler Robinson's prints may be most degraded because he could have wiped it. Could have been a bad swab. Could be he has not natural DNA depositor. So many explanations. Absolutely. There are infinite explanations. I mean, that gun was tossed around. It's out in the middle of the woods. It's crazy that people are clinging to that very little thing. Well, it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect, isn't it? Patrick is letting... Oh, wait. From Brad Bowen. Let's give him credit. Patrick is letting her rant and talk over him, and he's not stepping in. He's useless. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The whole truth says text messages are not hearsay. Lance's testimony was. Yes. Absolutely. And we got Sean Faulkner with the 1. I know what that's for. Andrew Wilson, heck yeah. Got the 1s in the chat for Andrew Wilson and the 2s in the chat for Candace Owens. Is Patrick going to moderate, or from Bad Bowen again, or what the F? I am so peed off. Absolutely. Absolutely. Austin Sean again. We collect digital forensics in my world. That material is sensitive in nature, and once it's processed, it goes to agencies. It never stays on our server. Absolutely. Good to know. Coach Kimberly. I worked in a police department evidence vault. We never kept houses where people were murdered. So yeah, vehicles either. Candace is not LEO or an investigator. Absolutely. I mean, look at what happened to the Brian Koberger case, what they did with the house. As soon as the college, which again, this took place on a college campus, as soon as they were able to get rid of that house, they got rid of it. It's because the college does not want any bad publicity with it. That's what they do. It's what happened with Charlie Kirk. The college did not want that publicity. They did not want all of that biological material on the soil, so they got rid of it. It's just how they operate. But anyway, CR, thanks for the wheelchair laugh. Hey, anytime. Anytime. Brad Bowen, F all this BS. Ask her about Egypt, planes, Israel, and TPUSA involved. I think he should have, but they ran out of time, unfortunately. And that was due to Candace Owens filibustering, by the way. That was not Andrew Wilson doing that. We could see it clear as day. Brad Bowen, man, no one cares about this. Not why we're here. Absolutely. I wish I knew specifically which part you were talking about, though. Coach Kimberly, here we go. She will claim victory no matter what. Of course she will. It wouldn't have mattered how bad the loss was for her. From Paramount Tactical, Candace is the queen of Darvo. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. Oh, 1,000,000%. I mean, it's just written on her face. Might as well be. She's getting Darvo tattooed on her forehead. Maybe that ought to be a thumbnail. Anyway, Coach Kimberly, my ex lied and said people called me a Black Widow after I served him with a restraining order. LMAO. That's what they resort to when they have no truth. I agree. There's a reason her parents kicked her out at a young age from SC Dog Fan. Sorry. I believe manipulation, condescension, and her, I'm always right. We're a part of it. Absolutely. Sorry, I have to read around my microphone stand here. Better Tomorrow says Andrew and his wife lost their 10-year-old son. A 14-year-old ended him. Both his wife and him asked for mercy on the person who took his life. He knows how this feels. I agree. I absolutely would have to agree. I mean, I couldn't possibly. I would hope I never learn how that feels, to be honest. CR. Well, this debate discredits all three. I don't know about all three. I think Andrew did a good job. Candace had to filibuster a lot. He tried going back to the question multiple times, but I understand too that if he kept harping on that question, that would have dragged things out further, and he might not have gotten some of his other points that he wanted to get to as well. So I don't blame Andrew nearly as much. Potentially criminal. Candace made $300K to look like a goober. W. I agree with that for the most part. I think she was able to worm out of a lot, though, and that just, I mean, it's what I expected. Supernova. That's an interesting way to spell it. Heck yeah. Want to say a big thanks to Gary, Jen, and all the guest hosts, the mods, and all involved in making this show happen. I also love this community. Same here. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Jen. Thank you to the mods, the other guest hosts as well. You guys are amazing. Patriot Lady 1991 for gifted 5 tactical memberships here. Man, that is awesome. Thank you so much for that. Welcome aboard to the tactical memberships, guys. And sends a super chat here saying, thanks for hosting, Arty. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Gary. God bless you all. God bless everyone in the chat. God bless you, Patriot Lady, and thank you for that. That's very nice of you. Patriot Lady 1991 again. My new theory, Baron, I love it, Baron, is a secret agent, a CI. If you will working to infiltrate Candace's team and back channel super secret communications, nay. Joking. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. CR, Gary should go on PBD's show to go over the debate. That would be a very good idea, I think. I think that would definitely be something. Should definitely go bombard PBD. Absolutely. Everyone should go message PBD and be like, get Gary on. CR says, we do need a show of ex-Candace supporters. Ooh, kind of like ex-transitioners, right? Like they're detransitioners. We should get a whole bunch of Candace Owens people and get their thoughts and feelings on this, right? That could be fun. Supernova. The normal spelling of supernova was already taken. Well, you know what to do. You know the mission you have to get that original name. I believe in you. It's gonna take some brutal work, but you know what? I think you can hunt them down. All right.
That's all the super chats.
Awesome. Awesome. You guys are absolutely incredible. I hope I did Gary some justice here. I bet you guys are absolutely excited to have Gary back because I know he's got a lot to talk about and you guys are going to be in for a treat for sure once he gets back from vacation. Absolutely. And thank you all so much for this opportunity too, guys. Like genuinely. You all are absolutely amazing. Thank you all so much for being here and everything you all have done.
Well, Arty, thank you so much for being such a great guest host. filling in for Gary and taking on this huge responsibility of the debate. And you did phenomenal. Your commentary was on point, and we just appreciate you so much.
Oh, thank you, Jen. I really do appreciate that. That is you have no idea how unbelievably nervous I am right now. Even still, after 4 hours and 42 minutes straight, it still feels like I just freshly got in here.
You did fantastic.
Thank you. Oh man, this is awesome. So guys, I guess that is there anything else we needed to go over?
I don't think so. We are trying to put together like a review show this evening so that Gary can call in and kind of give some of his thoughts.
Okay.
Not guaranteed that that's going to happen, but we're trying to put that together. If not, we will be back to our regular schedule on Monday at 7 p.m. So thank you guys for tuning in. And again, thank you, Arty, for filling in. You've been phenomenal. And thank you to all of our incredible moderators and the best chat on the internet.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For people in my live stream, by the way, just stick around. Don't worry, I'll be right back in. But yeah, that's guess that's really all I have left to say. Thank you guys.